And we are live! Hi everybody, sorry about that, I had a couple technical hiccups and multiple levels. How are you everybody? Ray, good to glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers, not there's much left to spoil. Super at this point, but bits we haven't got to yet, which is literally basically just map 6. Infinite, good to glad to have you. Kiko, good to glad to have you. Meowza! To you as well. Oblivion, hey yo. Kiko, just got a new headset to test for the stream, let's see how it goes. Nice. Dest, excited with the Grahas. I like how laconic title of this stream. Yeah, I put that as a placeholder, and I think I just didn't let Ray know to fix it, so that was on me. And I just didn't get to it. I was a bit preoccupied in working on tomorrow's video as well as some Final Fantasy 16 prep stuff. Greetings, Raven. Good to glad to have you. Sarah, good to glad to have you. Tracy, good to glad to have you. Come join us on Crystal Curl. That's Crystal Great Data Center, Curl World. Ray, good to glad to have you. Dithberry, Meowza, good to glad to have you both. Hello, I hope everyone's having a great day. I hope you are having a great day. Let me pop you guys out. Howdy. Good to see you. Glad to have you, lady. Minor hiccup. That was me. If Elio's 15 minutes late stream, we can all leave. Please don't. Although I don't think I'd ever be 15 minutes late stream. So our typos. Yeah. You're here by choice. Yeah. We're here. Nice meeting in the wrong instance. I thought the title was serious. Final no. Well, and also I mean like it was wrong in terms of everything else, right? Like because I didn't have like the 6.0 and other stuff in it. But okay, since we're here, you guys are already ready to go. Okay, we've got our warm up to do. So why don't we do some warming up in Elpis? It seems though that we don't have access to the quests here. I wonder if we have to finish this area first before we do. Thanks to you guys, I already did do that. So I guess we'll do the quest over in the anagnosis area. Almost changed it to last Tuesday, next Tuesday. Okay, but this time after the dungeon, you must read all the duty support phrases. Well, so I've been debating that. Do you guys think I should do the duty support or not? Because usually we don't. Usually we do it with you guys. So that's the quandary. It's after the entire area, so even if you don't do it. Decoy, good to glad to have you. Are you ever really late when you time travel? Yeah, because it's all relative, right? So, like, if you're supposed to be at a place at a specific time, even if you have the capacity to go back to that point in time, you were late for the initial instance, though you arrived from your perspective. I guess the thing is, like, what does it mean to be late? Is it about the absolute arrival of a specific place in time, or meeting at a place that you were expected to be at? So, because if it's only from the perspective, like, I'm supposed to meet this person at this time, and I meet that person regardless of how I got there, then you're not late, if that's the argument. But if the argument is at any point in your own causality were you late, then yes, you could be late. Time travel hurts my head so much. Honestly, it's funny because I don't think it's that confusing. It's just there's like just a couple different forms that are, it's all just a bunch of different loops, basically, or self-defeating or self-fulfilling loops. Elio, is your mask actually comfortable to wear? This mask is not super comfortable to wear. I could definitely sculpt and build one that would be much more naturally fitting to my face, but that's also because I added some foam here that I like. But the thing is, it pushes into your nose. Because if you look at their masks, they're clearly supposed to be like beaks. It's like they see how like it hangs off of their nose. But every version of the mask that's made usually for people to wear in the real world, they go straight into your face. So like really with how these function, I mean, one, they don't really make sense, but like basically how you would want to make a version of them that is pressure fit, that has foam on these two areas that would connect into your temple, that would hold onto your temple, and so that when it gets pushed in, those are what land on your face. And honestly, I actually probably could do that. Give me a second. I don't have any extra foam right now, but definitely there are things you could do to fix it. Honestly, trust would be fun to see. Can't do big pulls though. Only issue I have with that then. Yeah, it's so slow. To be fair, 14's time travel hurts my head less than others. I mean, that's honestly because 14 has 3 forms of time travel, but they all are actually only 1 form of time travel. Just because everything, as far as we know, ultimately exists within a fixed loop. Welcome, friend, to anagnosis. I am Soclus, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. And you are... Oh, how unusual. A soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for a purpose of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name, so Charmaine, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. The part I don't like about time travel is that it's difficult to keep track of every minute detail of derivation of events. It's like branching up. No, because but I think that's the thing, is that you don't need to do that, because the thing is that once you've derivated, it's derivated. Like any if a system is not a fixed loop, if you go back in time, you causing a derivation, your arrival there, if it alters time, it has basically, you've already set yourself up for like major shifts, no matter what. So, like, the reason that 14 is just because our arrival here was always meant to be here. It's not that we need to avoid doing X, Y, or Z. We were always arrived here, and so everything that we do is already part of the loop. Yes. Yes. What can I do for you? I was told to ask for a tour. Elio, is it? And the Overseer Soklas, which me to act as your guide. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was only engaged in a prolonged research project as Academia in Nider. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who would provide a more comprehensive... This grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facility to the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour this very moment if you like. Then let us begin. You know, rather than having me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in anagnosis would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed a circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Soklas. Yeah, I'm actually gonna pull down the mask for now. Alright. Just cause it doesn't sits on my nose, kind of weird. I think what I'll do in the long run is I'll put foam on these sides, which will mean that it'll automatically sit out. FF14 is a time loop, yeah. Yeah, can't do it. How's everybody doing today, by the way? What about the Legacy of Kain time travel? Time corrects the events of the world whenever a fatal paradox occurs. I actually like the sound of the term fatal paradox. Well, here's the thing, is that's like also the Doctor Who style, which is like... The problem about that is what effectively that's saying is that everything's fixed already, because the world naturally corrects itself to be on its path that it's meant to be on. So, like, there's still a fundamental, like... basically in that, it's not even that causality is causality, really. It's basically that it's ordained series of events from an omnipotent, omniscient being. Charmian and... Oh, who is your friend? Elio Forgeron's the name. Azem's familiar. Why, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to extend a study of your composition into consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation, once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle, or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Azem might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze it. And on that note, we must really be moving along. Step lively, Elio. Day started great, finally reached captain rank on Swift, but now I'm feeling super sick. Ugh. Rough, Raven. Musico, good to glad to have you. Kind of tired, but I always get a bit tired around this time. Also, Tuesdays suck because of garbage day. Garbage day! Yeah, I feel for you. Hi, hey, Musico. Everyone's sitting in a frigid office day, freezing my butt off. Oh, I'd trade you in a heartbeat. No hot water in our building. Good thing I can have a YouTube heat up my laptop for warmth. Yes, click quickly. Like, do every single piece of content you can at the highest frame rate possible. Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal signature. Yes, I'm accompanying Elio here on a tour around anagnosis at the behest of our overseer. A tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise you keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain. Do not take kindly to intruders in the territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for your warning. We will proceed with due caution. Only 2 Trine Paradox and 14 is failing Alexander DPS check. Typically, failures are seen as non-canonical. Oh, by the way, there was I gotta find where it was, but apparently Koji says there is direct statements that crossover events are non-canon. I don't know that counts for Nier, but for like you know, Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy 15 and all that stuff. Hello, Charmeleon. I almost said Charmeleon. Charmian, was there something? The Overseer asked that I give the familiar the tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show him what we do firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life when it comes to watching certain grasses grow. One must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in that case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wish to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Soklas. Glitch, good to see you, glad to have you. Just finished grade 9 today, still feel odd to not have exams. Thanks, Canada. Well, I'm glad that you got to finish them and enjoy your summer vacay. Oh, that's rough, Deathberry. No one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen. I mean, are they wrong, Ray? Are they wrong? I mean, he doesn't know people's kinks. So you're saying getting Puff Puff is not canon? Correct. Puff Puff is not canon. Ah, I see you've completed the tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of various facets of anagnosis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Soklas. I see. And what is your impression of the work we do here? It requires equal level of passion and patience. I'm glad we could help you further your worldly education. And I'm glad to see you enjoyed your experience. At least, I hope you did. You're truly a masterpiece of a creation. Only a soul bearing a familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cognate. I'm just going crazy.
Or cogitative.
Cogitative. Okay, no, I'm not crazy. That's just not a word I just hear very often. Definition. Cogitative, capable of thinking and thoughtful. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have encountered such a unique entity, and one of his M's, no less. My 15 car is not canon. Driving it is a paradox now. Well, I mean, there's plenty of those. How do you want to explain the mounts from the like Yokai Watch crossover and stuff too? Like, there's plenty of mounts that are, their existence is incredibly dubious. The treatment of familiars seem to widely fluctuate in the past. Some are treated well, some are treated like cannon fodder, some toys. Although maybe in Lalafel's case, it's shoe toy. I don't know that. I think it's just I think that they all familiars are created to serve function. And then in our case, because we have a soul, which is pretty unique because we're not just an arcane familiar, we are unique amongst that. But I don't know that it's so different than the rest of the perspective that we're given to see when it comes to others. Cogitative. Kind of warm out here today. High 80s. Staying inside with AC and completed my Dome and Enclave restoration. Congrats, Meowza. Yeah, I can't turn on the air conditioning here, sadly, because it's a very loud machine. And I'm no longer in the basement like I used to be. Yeah. It's about 80 or 90 over here, too. Enjoy the awesome glam reward for finishing Dome and Enclave. Wait, there's a glam reward? What is it? I was honestly in it for the story. See? Proof that they're not void sent. My, what a familiar essence you have. Like that of a familiar, if you're familiar with the concept. One could say am. In fact, I'm Zem's familiar. The name's Elio. Oh, just my little joke. Elio, was it? I'm Hippothe. Yes, we're getting to that. Elio, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Aloris. The Alori are one of the newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. The first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. Though we do our best to observe all of our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Aloris under my wing, to further develop her capabilities in this area. And she does enjoy our little walks. This morning, we are testing her abilities to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task has begun, and she'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please, do subdue any unruly subjects once you found them. We can't have beasts running amok. I have no memory of that word. Have you gotten an artillery piece from a crossover event? Would that cannon be canon? No, because it was a crossover event, that cannon would be non-canon. It's a non-canon canon. And we're referring to the canon. The canonicity of the canon is non-canon. It's a non-canon canon. Why does the MSQ and side quests always bring up unique dispositions around other? And side quests always bring up our unique... Because we have a unique disposition? I think it brings it up because imagine, especially in the Unsundered world when it comes to here, it's incredibly potent. Like, when people think you're familiar, but you have all the cognitive ability that we do and strength, that's unique. When it comes to the world, the normal world, I mean, we are unique. The Warrior of Light is unique, not least of which from their Blessing of Light to their Echo, but also for our capacity to overcome what we have. The Aloris alerts you to do nearby creatures that are facing one another down. Look at you expectantly. Oh, I did it again. Someone remind me to actually equip the 80 gear. I guess it's the... Here we go. Also, it's all still 86. And then we gotta cast all the glamour, sophists, robes. Sweet. That's the cutest Mew. What, me? I hope so. Yangshan Merchant Howery is the glam reward. Oh, right. I forgot about that Meowza. It's been so long. Nice. Domin Enclave rewards is sweet. Yangshan Merchant Howery. That's really nice. Super good in Jet Black also, if you can stumble into some. Do you guys think Azem is their own personal familiar like Vena with Argos? Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. I think it's possible to see, yeah, up to the player in my opinion. Yeah, the problem is like really, like with at this point it's pretty much just all what do you as a player think. I mean, our uncanny to bring people to us. I mean, our uncanny to bring people to us. I mean, yeah, that's like one more reason that people notice that. You know, that why people notice that we're weird is because we are weird. Azem just has crazy high charisma stat, yeah. Well, and they're the star. They're the thing I wonder what people are drawn to us, both for our, not just only our strength, but for as the adventurer. We travel and meet new people as a natural byproduct of our wanderings and our engaging with the world. And people connect to us, and we are the center knot of all the threads. No. Oh, lady. Be kind. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? 2 creatures fighting. As I expected, well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell, too. But it's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Alori are enchanted with theirs as birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? I'd love to, but I gotta go talk to my crystal mommy. Azema's golden retriever energy changed my mind. I can't. I'm with you. Jer, good to see, glad to have ya. How you doing? Friendly reminder, tomorrow we got a video coming out. And then Thursday we got, I think what's looking like we're gonna be doing Final Fantasy 16. So if you're interested in watching for 16, we're how many? The streams just start. Okay, I love you guys. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more about Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Oblivion, you yelling scatter just makes me think of John Mulaney. The story about like throwing the perfume bottle and go, scatter! Ryan, good to see, glad to have you. How you doing, bud? We can get a Namazu Bells, a glamour, and a pair of wings, so why not? I don't think that's quite what they meant. See you the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I'll help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Oh, dude, I haven't done any of this part since I haven't done any of this part since the launch of since Edgewalker launch. So I haven't done the duty we're about to do coming up in almost 18 months, basically. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Warning, do not lick the like button. Yeah, Ryan, me too. I'm very excited for 16. Greeting, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vena. Anything to be of service? What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge on living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He's quite a man. Reserved, you might say. He's a quiet man. Reserved, you might say. And occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? What do you know of Meteon and her abilities? It's no secret that she is highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Tiamos. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Elio. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. Has Vena always had a motherly aura about her? She's like an old friend, kind of, but firm. Was that the purpose, you think, when doing design her character? Oh yeah, I think that is just like character design. I think there's no implication to me that like Vena has ever not been Vena. But I mean, we only have 3 points in her timeline to look to. We have her time in Elpis, we have her time in the short story, and we have her time as we know her as Hydaelyn. And she's been through so much during her time as Hydaelyn. You know, there's a little bit more reading between the lines there. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with Tiamos. Boop it! Boop it now! Thank you, Ray Ray. What are you most excited for with 16, Ryan? Thank you for the reminder to boop the like button. I have to wait for the PC version. I'm sorry, Tracy. That's a bummer. On the bright side, console exclusivity is only 6 months. Betty boop into house. It's moments like these the game that proves whether or not you are a good conversationalist or not. I don't agree, AC, because I think you can be a perfectly good conversationalist and ask natural questions and still have the game punish you for it. And also, I think the game can punish you for asking questions that are very human and normal when you're supposed to be asking them in a more video gamey way. So I don't think that this is a test of conversationalist. I think it's a test of it's ambiguous what framework they always want you to use. Because I would consider myself a decent conversationalist, and I'm usually not great at these. But maybe I'm just deluding myself. Astriel, good to see you, glad to have you. I think it may have been a deliberate part of her design. As a former seat of Azem, she is charged with traveling and being a people person too. Yeah, I mean, on that side, I think there's the idea that Azem's always... Look, we only have 2 data points, but I get the implication that the seat of Azem is always filled by people like Azem and Vena, right? That sense of seriousness, but whimsy and spirit and desire. Yeah. Light, good to see you, glad to have you. Yes, I am Tiamos, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Umino, good to see you, glad to have you. A linguist of some superlative, eh? Indeed, indeed. Though I'm not known to quite as much as you. So what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. These beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. With what sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concepts to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? And analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know anything of dynamis and entelechy? Dynamis and entelechy. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? That's interesting. So we know the Elpin flower has been canonically been around for at least a couple hundred years. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. We'll play the demos, so the game is even more of that, then I'm excited for everything that will come. Yep, I'm fully there, Ryan. Oh, I'm so excited for 16. I do love how the ancient names work so damn well, even if you don't realize it at the time. What the words that they mean in Greek. I haven't looked at all of them. So if anyone is following along and when they pick the names, like looking up what they are in Greek, I would love to know. Oh, of course, by doing this, we've now unlocked the... Maybe we don't... I think the quest I'm wanting to do doesn't actually unlock until... you finish. Back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling, as Mene mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? Oh, a bit of this and that, but not much about the knowledge when it comes to Hermes or Meteon. Mostly just his capacity for creating winged creatures. I see, even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues viewed Meteon as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me, which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of dynamis, and the entelechy, which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She has sisters that were created to journey amongst the stars in the sky. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? I don't know much, just that Hermes has made many of them, and that their task is to explore the night sky. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetia crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path west. Yep, like Gaia and Artemis. Oh, you mean like the Eorzeans? Yeah. Gaia and Artemis being, the idea of Gaia like the Earth and Artemis being, the goddess of the moon, but like the idea of the moon that orbits the planet. I didn't realize you meant the like Eorzeans. Those ones I think are pretty easy. Like Hyperborea being Hephaestus, or Emet-Selch being Hades because his role is guardian of the underworld. Logriff and Metron. Yeah. You also might stumble on the quest here about getting flowers, but I don't remember if its name right now. I think that one might not pop up until you've completed this area, but I may be wrong. Because I think that one's a yellow. It's just a yellow with a banner. One of the quests in here that you can do is actually a setup for Mists of the Realm. But most people didn't notice that. And it's definitely worth doing. And it actually has a bunch to do with Eorzean. This tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetia crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. God, this music is so pretty. Gotta finish that raid still, but I've been doing Omega slowly, which makes my inner child happy. Lady, you haven't finished. Have you? You finished Endwalker, right? Because if so, I highly recommend replaying Endwalker and getting to the last map after beating Omega, because there's a lot. All of the raids really tie into the story in really interesting ways. Yeah. La Brea's whole story legit makes me sad. Yeah. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Crabe, good to see you, glad to have you. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak about with me? I have questioned about some documentation. The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher tailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Hydaelyn shared with me. Hydaelyn is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes, sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vena, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after the task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with retelling of this sight which so delighted your Hydaelyn? Of course, or could you hear it from her lips directly if you prefer? Present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios, Thalassiae. She does so enjoy her time there, watching the sea creature hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vena, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed, they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. And what would Elpis be without your early academic work? The theories you developed served as a basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. This is important. This is like their perspective on death, right? It's not, they don't see death how we see death. I will be honored. Well, we shall take this opportunity to meet with Hydaelyn in person. Shall we take this? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It'll take you up the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. So cool to have Hermes send Meteon to Ishgard? What? As cool as the Paladin shields are, I've been using the 4-temp shield glamour since 7 sword. You and many others. Yeah, the Endwalker Omega quests I know, yeah, are awesome light. The ancient, how much the ancients love their partners first time around. Yeah, I mean, ancients have relationships and they do definitely care about the people they love. Just as much as we do. I have opened the path to the skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway, and you'll find yourself at the entrance of Metabasio Stalasai. Galen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. What a view. Oh man, I'm so excited for the engine update, because one of the things that they showed with the engine update was a lot of like the ground foliage and stuff being updated, and I think Elpis is gonna look twice as beautiful. Maybe not twice, but it's gonna look more pretty, even more pretty. Here, let me see if I can pull that up. For those of you who don't know, during 7.0, we're getting an engine update. So there's going to be a whole update to the visuals. And this is an example of like the foliage in Elpis currently versus how it will look with the update. Like it's just like much, much thicker and more natural. And real quick, in case you haven't seen the other engine update examples, here are some of the currently places like Razat Han will just get like a lot more like texture, and it's very exciting. And I bet you we'll see our first like full example of it at FanFest. I wouldn't be surprised. The tower head is still at Perpetia crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through the upper tier. Mistress Vena, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two on the upper skyway. I guess the grapes will look better. I mean, maybe. It'll be interesting to see how much there's any form of like... Because it's mostly a lot of retexturing and lighting, less to do with remodeling. I love meme edits of those pictures. I cannot wait for that update. My little G-Post heart is going to explode. I'm very excited for it too, though I gotta imagine like PS4 users are gonna be able to swap between the modes, and because if you want like a solid 60, does current PS4 even get a solid 60 FPS for 14? Because I'm worried about that. That door leads to the Thalasai, but perhaps we can trouble this person for existence with finding Galeen. Oi, Mistress Vena. Oh my god, I don't even know man, I haven't even done like, now I'm starting to miss like Moogles and stuff for different voices. Because all the ancients are going to kind of sound the same, right? Fuck it. Oi, Mr. Vena, was told not to expect, we would have prepared an official welcome. Just give him something weird. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. It could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Okay, one of the best cutscenes in the game. Take a drink. It really is, though. This is the whole point of 14, in a nutshell, is here.
A delightful breeze. and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts are, others maybe less so.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans.
More than you know.
But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Yeah, there's many stories I could tell you. Why don't I start where it all began in Ulda?
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I gained to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though.
Yeah, it's Emelian's his voice actress,
He
I think.
often
I was about to
returns
say,
the
I'm
dial,
pretty sure
and
it's
I have a
Emelian's. Yeah,
feeling
it is.
He's nearing a breakthrough.
Also Aegiorms.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
World, good to see you, glad to have you. Krista, good to see you, glad to have you. Mac, good to see you, glad to have you. I don't know what you mean by that, Mac, because, like, what happens later? If you're talking about what happens later, that's not anyone who knows about Meteon or her purpose or him erasing that. That's more, that's completely different. Like, he literally tells us about the Metea earlier. That has nothing to do with the people being aware of Meteon as a thing. People even were still aware that Meteon existed. Me crying the moment I was playing it. Yeah, it's good. It's worth it. Yeah, totally, lady. It's ups and downs. But something can be worth it while still having its ups and downs, right, Tracy? I'd love to hear the story of how Vena met Azam. Yeah. So human in this moment. So human. Yeah, the cutscene really makes me vibe with Vena. Yeah. And she comes out screaming, "Gobble Burms!" Yeah. Get this, Vena. There are these short beings called gobbies, and they make the most extraordinary stinky cheese. I think she would love goblins. I can imagine her having like a tea ceremony with a bunch of goblins and drinking rot tea. Yeah. Talking about they're taking on space. Right, but that there would be no reason for him to do. The actions he takes later, we'll talk about with katesus. He takes for a completely different reason. It's not just she saw them go to space and that's like some sort of evil secret plan. Remember, there are later revelations that he's trying to prevent us from contending with. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Would suggest that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Voice actors also the ministerial lady from Dragon Age Inquisition for added non-FF trivia. Dragon Age Inquisition is the 6th shard. I don't know if that's just like I don't know if that's like specific to Dragon Age Inquisition joke that it would be the 6th shard. Also, wait, isn't it 594 and like 11? I don't think the 6th is still around. I think the 6th got eaten. Yeah. 5th Calamity ate the 6th shard, so there's no 6th shard. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Glean said she spotted him in the southeast rising from the isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? That wasn't Sunder. Yeah. Here I can... The ones that are still left are, I believe, 5, 9... Nope, so it's not... No, sorry. 4, 9, 4, 9, 8, and 11. Those are the ones that remain. I mean, obviously, the 1st and the 13th, too, but those are kind of accounted for. So, yeah. 4, 9, 8, 11. We got a duty incoming. Exciting. I'm just fortunate, Vena. I'm not just fortunate, Vena. I'm forgerant. Well played, Infinite. Well played indeed. Yeah, you know what? I'm noticing that because I'm slightly heating off, I feel like I'm slightly lower energy than I want to be. Give me a moment. Come at me, bro. Okay, I will say, the amount of energy that, like, come at me, bro energy in this is strong. Like, okay. Ah! Ah! Now, if we're conducting... fuck. Now, if we were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about over there? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance. How inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Tell me, Argos. To me, Argos! The boy! Sorry, I actually have to get footage of this real quick. Okie doke. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Elio here over to that island? Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of a stranger. Remember on Mare, he knew us already. Argos is rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. That's odd. I met him once before, and had no problem then. What? You've ridden him before, and... Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are very worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will wait you at the clearing over yonder. The shiny boy. Minfilia 1.0. Doggo. Glowing doggo. Good pupper. Judgmental dog stare. So that's Deadpool. Deadpool's far cuter than Argos. Let's be very clear. Deadpool! Deadpool! Deadpool, buddy! I wonder if he'll come. He may be in the basement currently. Deadpool! I'm curious to see what non-primal Vena would look like transformed. It's possible that non-primal Vena transformed may have looked like Hydaelyn. You know, it may be that the visage she took on as Hydaelyn was actually an incarnation of herself. Maybe not, though. Do a super chat. Like Elio said, weird shit in a silly voice because it makes Deadpool happy. That's true, it does. Something failed. Poor beautiful Vena going to get smacked down. That's one way to frame it. You probably should show Deadpool your skills to summon him. Yeah, it's required. The entity is identical to the one you encountered in Mare Lamentorum, except this Argos is pointedly ignoring you. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you.
Let neither side hold back.
Oh, I love that it's actually voice acted. This is the first time we've heard the lyrics for Flow, right?
My blade sings! My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
I wonder who Musa was.
No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
So close.
Your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
Oh shit. Oh, I didn't realize you could even fail that. Okay, what did I do wrong? I didn't do enough damage. I guess I just didn't do. Oh, you know what? The problem is I think part of the problem is I'm just in like my gear's way too low. Okay. I hate that I have to do this, but I'm gonna real quick go to the crystarium and actually grab some gear. Too many balls left. Yeah, no, I know. I'm not Crepe. I'm not that dumb. I know it was too many balls. I'm just like I was using every single OGCD in my burst as much as I could. The problem is I think I just genuinely have like a level 84, 86 gear. I'm just. Because I've been trying to go with what I've been getting off the story. Okay, 85, 80, 80, yeah. Yeah. Because I haven't been doing side quests and stuff to like gear up. Okay, just a little change in stats. Ball, good, glad to have you. Because I definitely didn't fail that the first time I did that, which means to me that I think that, but I always made sure I was like up to date on the armor. Okie doke. Probably favorite solo instance so far. Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite solo instances. There's one other that I might like more, but I'm trying to remember which one it freaking was. Did it so many tries, but I did it after a while and made silly mistakes. Oh. Maybe I don't think I failed it the first time. We'll see. I mean, like, if I failed again, clearly it wasn't just gear. But I think, like, the fact that a fully charged under fight or flight Holy Spirit wasn't hitting hard, yeah, might have been part of it. This is a fun. It is a fun fight, like, definitely. The warrior flight was sparring with Hydaelyn, same VA, might turn out differently. I think you're right. This is probably a favorite solo instance. That's where Tatari, where you need a seamstress skill. I do not want to make it easier. I had the problem there too with melee range. I had to try to use a little more distance attacks, but it was close. Okay. Well, let's try again.
Let neither side hold back.
At least we get to listen to dope music. Also, welcome, Ball. This is one of those times I struggled with this one the first time too, but figuring it out was so satisfying.
My blade sings.
Did everybody struggle with the same part with the ball? I also love that part of me wants to compare that canonic, like, Vena, like, didn't hold back and actually just straight wiped out the warrior fight. Okay.
My blade sings.
Game one. Rivers and lakes.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Setting sun by storm's
No quarter.
way.
Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Definitely do a lot more damage to her.
Let us move to the final trial.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Wow. Holy moly. Okay, I'm doing something wrong. It was, like, the gear helped a lot, but still.
Shed your burdens and show me your strength of will.
Okay. That's weird. I don't remember having this trouble. I played as Paladin the first time, and I don't remember losing like this. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna need to do is I need to hold my full burst for the final round, because that's where it gets hard. The other thing is if I save my Confiteor, I can hit my Confiteor and I can hit multiple at once when they get in close. That's gonna be the trick.
Let neither side hold back.
Sorry for having to watch me do this over and over again. I tend to think of myself as a relatively decent player.
My blade sings!
Also, if I use my Requiesce cast with Holy Circle, and then I save Circle of Scorn to use it on when they all get close in together, that might work too. Maybe you say, ugh. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe it's as simple as it just being a Paladin thing, but I mean, I would assume I'm just doing something wrong, mainly. Because you have a lot of tools as a Paladin. And also, we just got buffs recently. Like, if anything, you would have thought it would be harder.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
What am I not using that could be helpful? I mean, I'm not melded, but I don't think they're expecting you to meld. And it's the right level, because I'm 88.
No quarter.
No, I'm doing something wrong.
Have a taste.
How appropriate, though, for fighting Vena.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
hold on to everything I can.
Let us move to the final trial.
See if we can get them closer. Come on. Okay. Well, that's still good enough.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
Jesus Christ.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Just a little hard on tank. You guys on physical DPS, this must, like on Dancer, this must be lovely. Oh, and that was literally the duty end too. We got there. We got there eventually.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Trying to kill. Okay, but not admitting she's trying to kill us.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Decoy. Exactly.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
No. Buddy. I love you guys. Fucking full party ready to go to play on to backup support. Argos will soon have us standing at the very spot where Meteon made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we'll learn something of Hermes' intention. My hopes is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Oh, get ready to drink because we're about to see one of the best cutscenes in the game. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over the isle. Vena challenges you, spar, folds you in half like a lawn chair, doesn't elaborate, leaves. as is her wont. I seem to like said, yes, okay, but that's also because like for many of the cutscenes in Elpis, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Dest, am I wrong? Look, I'm only gonna say it like 3 more times while we're here. Climb onto Argos' back and we can be off. You know, I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. Argos motions his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Yeah, definitely Crepe. Elpis is the best cutscene in the game. All of it. I think I saw 3 or 4 good fairies cheering you on. Yep, definitely Sarah. Now, what was the name of that tree? No something. Ah, no, Notoferarian. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. Dude, I remember when they showed like footage for like White Mage on part of Elpis. They fucking trolled us so hard with the teasers for this game.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
I've been able to see the past, but not necessarily by my own volition.
You cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are 2 ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories
This is the thing
are
that's
given to fade,
hinted at even in ARR.
and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Like, that as a metaphysical idea has been semi-present in the game since A Realm Reborn.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
The absolute
I
best of
wonder
intentions.
what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life.
Just trying to make a better world.
Meteon, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Flower upon your return. Don't forget what he promised her. That's all I'll say.
Sir, what is your opinion?
Hermes himself would not have wished for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Gladly, Crape. Okay. I am going to be right back. I need to grab a drink. Ugh. Okay. We are back. What's on the... It's fine. Okay. Keeper of the Moon Mikote are something like moon strays, and Seeker of the Suns are gold paws. Ooh, that's cute. I like that. Although that's interesting is moon strays, I guess, gets at it. Gold paws, is there any implication of the sun? Because like part of the reason that they're called Seekers of the Sun is because of Azima, right? So like if it's localized to that, it technically loses this, unless there's like in German, there's like associations with gold and the sun or something. You might lose that little bit. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in katesus Hyperborea, the largest facility that stands in Esotheltikos Boreas, the North Isle. I wonder, Elio, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release in the world, did you not question how they find room for them all in so few islands? The answer lies within katesus itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there within those spiraling habitats the chief overseer and most of Elpis observers conduct the bulk of their work. The simplest route is via the Neus, north of Potian Oikos. Not that I know of. Interesting. That's just like a good example of like where at some point you have to localize, right? Make choices, but sometimes small amounts of meaning can be lost. It's bigger on the inside. I mean, look, it's called katesus Hyperborea. How many of you thought about the hyperbolic time chamber? Okay, yes, completing that quest is what got perks of being a perks of being a lost flower. That is the flower quest, and then there's, I think, expected guess is the one I'm thinking of. Should definitely do that one. Glass. Yeah, exactly. Light. Yeah, you explained it. Yeah, I want to get a. I should get us a emote for an Elpis flower, but I got to get one made. And I have to hire someone, and I just don't have anyone to hire right now. Lalas are strawlings and sandlings. Strawlings and sand. Plainsfolk and dunesfolk. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I can get that. That actually. Different fundamental ideas still there. Ah, good. The Neus acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to katesus Hyperborea, we follow this path and then turn left at the crossroads. God, I know people want 14 to be localized in another language, but it would be such a freaking task with how big the game is at this point. I mean, I want it, don't get me wrong. I don't know if I can make that on YouTube, if you can make one that animate. I mean, if you can, then yeah, I'll do that. It may have to have more people have Archon in order to have access to it. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. I think their main reason that they've argued for not having to do a Spanish-speaking one is that most of the populations that are the like people who can already play one of the other variants. And so like the amount of people that they would reach out to hit if they had a Spanish-speaking one would not be as drastic as we think, but that's the only reason I know of. The other thing is that they just have to have people in-house that can do it. Like, because the big problem you think about in localization for 14 is that because of how it works, you can't just, like, they can't outsource. They also have to have people who are on perpetually and have an understanding of the game and its lore and its history. And it's not like a one and done because of being an MMO. I don't know. I hope they get it. I hope we get it someday. Don't get me wrong. I'm just like, if it was easy, they would have done it for sure. Has the game been localized in Korean? I don't know. I know the Chinese one is. I know that the Chinese one is like is weird in how it's done. Because the Chinese and Korean both have separate launchers. Because the Korean one, I'm pretty sure it has commercials in Korea, right? And stuff like, so it should. Unless it's just unless it's in English or something. China version of Canada are region locked. Okay, so they are region locked, and from the international version have completely separate data centers. Okay, and it's less to do with content and more to do just with requirements in Korea and China. Yeah, South Korea is hard to publish it with MMOs in because of all the like things that the laws and regulations that they have, like the curfews and. Yeah, so basically they just hand off Square like the thing, and then people just okay. So there's a good chance that the Korean and Chinese localizations actually are quite weird after, and like they just have their own weird quirks and stuff because they're not working in-house on it. They're probably basically just given the patches and then they take care of it. They should. I mean, there's an anime commercial for it. Yeah. I once worked for a Chinese girl who said that kanji is the same, but she still doesn't understand Japanese. Yeah, well, so one, there are differences between Hanzi and kanji, but like many of the symbols are the same, but they also can mean different things. I don't have a good example, but like you could have the same kanji mean great lord in Japanese would mean valley dog in Chinese, and then also the actual like words themselves would be different. So like, while the symbols that are kanji might be the same, how they read in the two different languages are completely different, you know. Furthermore, we've confirmed that the studies into Dynamis as well as the creation of Meteon were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emetzelk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but we were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hydaelyn's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits than description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, and his role as Vandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and we would have known had Vandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I am certain. It seems there's more to the tale after all. We conduct an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding, Emetzelk. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emet I have a duty to examine any potential threats to our existence. No matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Mythodea's laughing in the background. Viera Hrothgar are the same. Ro is very similar. Interesting. I wonder if, like, the further along the development went, the more it changed. Oh, interesting. That necklace is freaking huge. Do I have anything that would be appropriate? Not really, other than like the ripple skirt. I'm not putting on a ribbon. We'll just do the augmented crystal. Do I have the 4-top shield on me? I don't think I do. I think I put it away. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, in the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopes Eros from the device at the bottom of the slope. I wonder what they're researching. Aura's the same. I wonder if there's anything about as the game progressed, was there more ubiquity? So like ARR, there was a lot going on. The teams might have maybe not worked in perfect sync, and so there was more like people coming up with custom things. And then when it came to like Aura and everything 2.x and onwards, there was just more of a effort to make it all uniform across the board. I love how much this part of the plot revolves around research methods. Yeah. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Elio, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Elio can handle them. He did survive a bout with Vena, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Misopes Euros is interesting, and that is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I've also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us just say that no one should live near the Neus, which provides access to a certain facility. I've also heard that in the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us say that no one should live near the Neus, the teleportation node, which provides access to a certain facility. Oh, she's referencing Pandemonium. I've heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us say that no one should live near the Neus, the one that's over here, which provides access to a certain facility. She's talking. That was foreshadowing for Pandemonium. Oh, that's cool. Probably there are some other change names on ARR. The Scions are something like League of the Dawn. Yeah, I bet that is what it is then. Man, with Paladin's buff recently, I gotta wonder, is people trying to clear that as Paladin must have had a hell of a time. The fight with Vena. I mean, trying to think. I mean, our current change compared to the old change, the more like sustained changed, meant that you had more. It was still GCDs because you'd have more ranged spells. You'd have more Holy Spirits and stuff because of how like your Confiteor and stuff worked. Because it would be like Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Confiteor, Confiteor, Confiteor. So I wonder if that's what. I remember, I think when I first did this, I for some reason just kept missing these guys, and I had to search for like quite a bit. Elio, where did you come from? Elio, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hydaelyn and Emet company. I was, but we're looking for you. We have some important things to share. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Vandaniel, you say? Then yes, it will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. There's no place for idle exploration. Spent 15 minutes looking for them first time. Okay, so it wasn't just me. Good to know, Oblivion. That actually would jump me off. That feeling like before you have flight when like actually falling a long way down and having to climb back up would be a pain. Like even just the distance between dropping here and dropping to the ground, it's like, it just seems longer because of not having flight. The level to which flight really does change things in 14 and make things feel smaller is kind of wild sometimes. Wow, that's crazy, Oblivion. Also, Crepe, thanks for sharing those German stuff. I always love localization stuff. I was prepared to swoop in if need be, but 'tis clear you have faced your fair share of monstrous opponents. What is that ghastly odor? You spoke with Hermes, then, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well. I see. Or I should say, I smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never come to pass, be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
I'm from the future, and I'm here to prevent the final days, an event that has befallen the star.
The final days?
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vena. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates Dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate Dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Oh, fuck.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hurt.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
It's Meteon. Something's
mind?
wrong. She's hurting.
No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
God, that seems so unnerving. And like, you know, on the one hand, you're like wondering what is going to go wrong, like how will we get where we're going, and you're starting to find answers. Even now through this, you're just like, why? What? Did she come into contact in something? What is it? Truly for a moment feels deeply eldritch. Like, what is even causing this? Did she get in contact with something? Yeah, sad cutscene. Yeah, they're called the Ancients, I think, just because they've existed long enough that it's not an inaccurate descriptor even for themselves. For they are ancient. If I cannot perceive her aether, what else have I to offer but my rousing support? Ah, Hermes is truly a master of his craft. Oh. Rad, good to see, glad to have you. Neo, good to see, glad to have you. I wonder if Hermes just does it for here or for our benefit, because I don't remember how they refer to themselves. No, they'll refer to themselves as ancients or Amaranthines. They've used both terms for themselves. You calm your mind and senses, questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. I do appreciate they make you sit with it. Like you're sitting with it. What is going on? What is happening? And you actually have to find her. Like you feel like the pressure to like figure out what happened. Where did she go? Cosmic horrors go burr. Yeah. Armageddon, good to see, glad to have you. Endwalker's so great. Horrific scenes equal great. I mean, you're not wrong, right? The fact that it can have, you know, the little things in the same expansion that it has this freaking cutscene. You calm your mind and your senses quest for it. Yeah, I love Endwalker just for this its unrelenting sense of like grief and sorrow and struggle just as much as its hope and optimism. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. Have to run. Tide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Yeah, agreed, Neo. I've hated to head out at this point, but work meeting called. Have a good one, Misuko. Also, how's audio? I moved mic a little closer to my mouth. Let me know if I need to make it so it's not peaking as much. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. You've seen the specific line that was creepy and unnerving too. That was in the last raid of the Nier series. I mean, like, that's Nier for you. Nier does that quite a bit, so unsurprising. Let me guess. Was it Puppet's Bunker? Final boss for Puppet's Bunker? Audio's good? Good. And Walker has both horrors of Garlemald and Graha eating a burger. Yeah. And manages to make it not feel dissonant. Because you know, life is about the joys and the sorrows, the horrors and the wonders in equal measure. Maybe not even in equal measure, but they both exist. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no! We can't even tell them that! We must run! Run! Far, far away! Oh, yeah. Please don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. See, the red girl... The only reason the red girl didn't scare me is because she does stuff like that in the original Nier, so I was kind of prepared. But definitely. N2 is like that. Emotional roller coasters go wee. It's okay to oscillate between, you know, joy and sorrow, wonder and horror, but you just have to do it at the right pacing, right? Like the thing is that, you know, there's a shift. Like for instance, the tension is building and building and building up to this moment where the reveal with Meteon, right? Like there's tension throughout Elpis, but we're also kind of allowed to like enjoy it, appreciate it, but also try to figure out what's going on. And then right as we think, but then it's right as we, you know, figure out like, understand the question, well then where is the source of what is sending the dynamis and the negativity to us? That's the moment when Meteon and all that hits in. Ishikawa's a genius, yeah. Ishikawa's pretty good at what she does. I haven't done the Nier raid yet. You can meaningfully skip it in one way. Like I love the Nier raid in a lot of ways, but it is very much like don't worry about its canonicity in terms of how it connects to 14. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. Ugh, this is exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her, Elio. Follow her voice. Are you gonna... That's fine. There's another patch around here, right? No. Come on, you fucking ugly tubby muggy bubby. I don't get the hate Nier raids get there. Decent story, even not playing any of the Nier games, and the raids themselves are fun and atmospheric and have glary clamor. So there's before we continue, I think there are legitimate criticisms as someone who's a big Nier fan, a big 14 fan. So maybe would be an ardent defender. I think there's legit by having the Nier raids, we didn't have a Shadowbringers or 14 related alliance raid that could have built on the lore of the game itself more. And narratively, it can be very frustrating that there is a lot in the Nier raids that pays off a lot more by understanding Nier or Drakengard than it does. Like, you're kind of left going like, what the fuck is happening most of the time? Like, Konog and Anog are great, don't get me wrong. But yeah. I think I don't have any hate. I love them, but I understand the frustration. I think there's justifiable frustration. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot. It can't be. Meteon's anguished voice drifts away to the south. Yeah, Neo, I can understand doing that, not wanting to know what happens next, because how could it ever be good? Yeah, very philosophical, very, very traumatizing, definitely, Ball. Absolutely love the Return to Evil's raid series because of the connection to tactics, etc., but I love the Nier raid songs, etc. As someone who's played tactics and doesn't love tactics as much, I sometimes get annoyed by Evilise, but I appreciate Evilise, and I love that the people who love it love it. But the thing, I think what I would say in defense of Ivalice is that they took the Ivalice from Tactics and reimagined it for 14 as a part of its world. It's not just literally Tactics in 14. And so because of that, it's still building up the world and like Dalmasca and all that stuff for the 14 world, you know? The Nier Dragon Guard games are interesting, but they're just not fun to play for me. I'd rather watch and listen to someone talk about them. I'm really surprised that Nier Automata and like, at least especially the remastered Nier Replicant is not fun to you. But yeah, if you want Neo, we have an entire stream of us playing through them. Mr. Happy said the reason why he didn't like the Nier raids was because it was fan service for fan service sake, similar to a Mega Raid series. Yeah, I've heard him. I know the exact video you're talking about that, and I don't really agree. I think there are plenty of things in it that are. I think there are some things that are that, but I do think that there's far more to it than that. I find the term fan service to be dismissive in general, but I think there's a lot of argument about what that term means because it varies to different people. But I also agree with a lot of the points Happy has made on that as well. I wanted a 14 story we didn't get aspect. Most people I hear complain are just like, lol, raids didn't exist memes, which feels dumb. Yeah, that is weird. Agreed. Not having played either Nier Dragon Guard, but what the fuck quotient was high through those raids. To be fair, if you had played the games, the what the fuck quotient would still be pretty high. The Nier music is incredible. Yeah, Okabe's soundtrack is amazing. My problem with Nier is that there's so much content of questionable canonicity inside of 14 original content. Yeah, I'm assuming what we were saying. That and the joke I made about UHB. Nah. Yeah, I feel that Nier raids sort of bummed me out in the regard that it didn't build the 14 lore side quest enough to explain the Nier 14 connection from F14. Well, that's because they don't want to do that. Because they're not trying. They don't want to overly connect the two and make them like that's intentional. That's because you do not want those two things to be hardcore tied together in a way where any ramification in the Nier universe becomes a broader ramification in the 14 universe. The canonicity between the two gets like is ambiguous, and it's better that way. Likewise, I like how Ivalice is done in a way that it made sense in 14's world. Yeah, taking old, it's like what Crystal Tower is. Crystal Tower is literally just FF3, but recontextualized for 14. Nier canonicity is not really dubious. It's canon for Nier series because of Tara's love for spreading lore between medias. But that doesn't, but the dubiousness of its canonicity and Yoko verse has nothing to do with what its canonicity in 14. Those are two different conversations. I find Nier Raid frustrating to play. See, it's one of my favorite ones to play. A lot of attacks have telegraphs that are non-standard for 14. It's funny, it's one of the only ones that, like, I hear you, and I hear that a lot. It's one of the only ones that immediately made sense to me, whereas, like, Ivalice fucking was a nightmare. Like, when I first played it. Someone just had to memorize them. And see, I still feel that way about Ivalice. They're also the longest alliance raids. They didn't used to be. They're now the longest alliance raids since the stat squish. They used to be much shorter. It's just hidden here for some reason. Yeah. Platinum involved ones are great, but I haven't been in the mindset to play them myself lately. Yeah. That makes sense. To be honest, I haven't played any Nier Dragon Guard titles yet, and I don't care for their lore. Well, if you haven't played them, then I guess I'm sorry, but if someone hasn't played a game, then I don't like. Okay, I'm gonna say something controversial real quick. If you haven't played or watched something, kind of reserve having opinion on it. Like, if I haven't played a game, I should not comment or necessarily have thoughts about its lore or its, like, I'm not saying, like, Crypt, that you can't say that. I'm more just saying, like, I'm of the mind that, like, how could you know if you haven't engaged with it, you know? Have a good night, Death. Have a good one. How KH collab is going to work, if that's going to be a thing. So, Terry, good to see you, glad to have you, by the way. All collaborations are non-canon. Other than Nier, which is ambiguous, like 15 crossover, all that stuff they've specifically stated are non-canon. So like a KH crossover is just not canon. The 15 crossover is not canon. The 13 crossover is not canon. Yeah, and see, that's exactly why I'm not interested in Armageddon. It being a wall isn't fun. It's just more annoying. And also with, like, Thunder God, he, like, the ways he stabs his sword do not make any sense with, like, the attacks. You just have to memorize those because him stabbing in and making it seem like he's going to do a twirl round is a completely different attack. Maybe I like the once I look into it. Probably if Will from... I mean, I don't mean, Crape, that to defend that you should or will like it. I just mean that, like, in general, you know. Yeah, probably will from what I know, but I'm playing 14 and 14 not for a lore game. And 14 and not for lore of a game. I don't know. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're saying in terms of, like, its lore being in 14. Sure, totally. Monster Hunter, not canon. Oh, no Dragon Bros for us. Monster Hunter is weird. Because the thing is that the Palico and the Rathalos kind of are more like Evilise than they are like the normal crossovers. They kind of just say that they're natural. Like, if I'm not mistaken, the Rathalos is kind of stated to just be a natural beast of the steppe. So the reason to not do what they do with the other FF games, bring it more into 14 with other content under the understanding that other near universe games are unrelated. I'm not sure if is there a reason to not do what they do with the other FF games, bring it more into 14 with other content under the understanding? Well, because Yoko Taro wrote it, and it would be. The reason why is because it's not recontextualizing a Final Fantasy game. It would be recontextualizing a completely different series of games with Nier, which is a different ask and different IP rights and different. There's more complications and problems around that. The other thing is you could argue that is what they did, because effectively, for all we know, in terms of the canonicity of 14, like. That the Nier raids are recontextualized Nier put into the 14 world, because it isn't fully a continuation and it isn't fully not a continuation. To be an MSQ sarcasm. I mean, hey, if they do, they do. You know, and then we deal with that then, right? Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Atheris. Okay, we've avoided the horror for enough time. Let us continue. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Elio, you mustn't listen! It's wrong! It's all wrong! Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? Not as such, but I think she ran towards the lake. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you have to make of the situation? The Metea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Metea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way provided directions or guidance. Then we had best set out our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Come on, Hermes, keep it together. Yoko Taro was present when Endwalker was being written. I mean, he was writing the Alliance raid during 5.x, and Endwalker was being written during 5.x. You have to remember, they start writing they start setting up the writing and the outlines for the expansion during the patch cycle, like well in advance. Because the writing has to be locked, not fully locked, but the writing has to be pretty laid out and mainly locked before they can start figuring out what maps they're gonna build and all that. But yeah, I mean, think it. So for instance, they started writing 7.0 while they were also working on 6.1. So they come up with what the plan is for the .x patch and what their what the gist of how it's gonna play out is, and then they come up with the gist, and then they figure out the outline of also what 7.0 is gonna be. They know exactly what 7.0 is going to be. Oh, right now 7.0 is already in major production and has been for months. 7.0 has been in major production, I would assume, since 6.2. Maybe even earlier. Because remember, they have to do the patch content at the same time they're also doing expansions. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. 'Tis a shame there's no registered concept we could use to create another, Meteon. Assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind, but no. If it were a viable solution, Hermes would have already suggested it. In the final days, Aether is twisted by the invasion of dynamis from beyond the star, its progress intensified by feelings of fear and despair, and anguish. Nay, I like not the picture of what emerged with these latest pieces. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, can we not then disrupt her concealment with the surfeit of Aether? Much how M itself solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel Aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Elio will continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift and ethereal downpour. Very clever. And thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lathe. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Elio and Emetzelk will be our trackers and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emetzelk and I will keep an eye on each other's Aether to keep our coordinated efforts. Let us be about it. Game development is a game of chess. Yeah, you gotta think 10 moves in advance. MMO development most of all. While it seems we are partners for the time being, let's return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down Aether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Because remember, you not only have to write what you want to happen, and you have to have that all figured out, but that all has to be localized not only into English but also into German and French, and there are so many, and then also that writing has to be not only figured out and agreed upon and locked by everyone involved, but then also the content that around it needs to be start to be in development ahead of time. Also, all this has to be done way before you actually put it out because it has to go through QA and it has to go golden, you know? It's a whole process. Yeah. Yeah, well, MMO development is. I mean, normal development too, but MMO most of all, for sure. Despite being biological and not a machine, would Meteon still count as an AI since she was created by Hydaelyn, as she makes for a good or evil AI? Makes for a good evil AI. No! I mean, she was made by Hermes, first of all, before he was in the seat of Hydaelyn. I get your point, but just for clarity. Secondly, no, I mean, she's a living being. If she's an AI, then a parent who has... I'm my father's AI, by that argument. Meteon is a scared little girl. She's effectively Hermes' daughter. He brought her into existence. It's not... She's not an AI. Her capacity to be a gestalt entity, because she can connect in with her sisters, doesn't make her any less of a sentient being. My Meteon equals a naive girl that was given an impossible question. Yeah. And that drove her to despair. Yeah, definitely Armageddon. Definitely. You calm your mind and senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. Why do I keep saying present? I fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way. We need to try another route. That's weird. I could have thought that she was... Meteon essentially lost control when she came across the Great Expanse. Well, and when the Great Expanse was full of an endless sea of suffering. Right? You calm your mind, Senso. It's like having Kala, but with specific people. You sort of half of it. I mean, it's like the Geth are a bad example because they're technological, but it's just the byproduct of, if you connected your mind with another human being and became one, that would be a gestalt. It would make the same way that the Grahatia is a gestalt of Grahatia from the Crystal Tower and the Exarch, right? Those two personalities merged into one. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I just have to hide then. Where no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice leads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. At least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. She snapped into existence like a rock or a tree, but is counted as a person, so... if someone snapped their fingers and you came into existence, that would have no bearing on whether or not you were a thing. Also, creation magics, primals are sentient entities, right? Like, they're living beings that can think and feel, right? Like, all these creatures have feelings. All these creatures have thoughts. And, like, she is, like, an intelligent, spoken, completely self-aware, cognizant being. Like, not being born has zero bearing on that. The process of creation is irrelevant to whether or not something is those things. You know? And, like, they don't just snap into creation these. They snap into creation all these other creatures as well. Just ask Mewtwo. If I were just snapped into existence, I would probably just scream. Well, then all the more credit to her, right? We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over this falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Okay, but... Suck it. Getting a soul is essentially a lottery that you can win suddenly and randomly if you fit the criteria. Yeah. Well, and that's why they also bother to explain the difference between, you know, elemental constructs, etheric constructs versus, you know, living beings with souls. But also remember, for long swaths of Omega, Alpha does not have a soul. Ugh, the indignation to drag my robe through the water. Hythlodaeus better not breathe a word of this to Azem. Still, mild humiliation will be the least of our concerns if we fail to get our hands on Meteon. Umi, no. Not here. I'm not here. Please. Emmett Selk. She's over there. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? It's okay, there's no need to run, Meteon. Elio, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away. Begging you. Don't make me say it. It'll break him. His poor, fragile heart. Oh, Meteon does have a soul. We know she has a soul. We're told that she has a soul, Crepe. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. But also remember that she's communicating us not with her soul, but the reason that she's communicating it, she can communicate into our mind via emotions. They explained that last time, right? Remember? So the thing is that she effectively, using Dynamis, conveys all what she's thinking, her thought in cognizant words through emotion. That was last episode when we first met her where they explained that. But also the living creatures can also have the echo, and it doesn't necessarily mean we 100% understand them all the time either. Understanding the birds and the bees is not always, yeah. But she also speaks. Right. So if anything is spoken, it has a soul. In general, like I don't like, obviously not a Forgekin or an Ashkin, but if like there's like a Beastkin that can speak, it has a soul, pretty much universally. I can't think of any time where that's not true. I'm not gonna pet Emmett. I'm not a weirdo. He's a man with his own agency. I'm not gonna pet a grown man. She cares so much to keep all that pain and horror to herself. Poor baby. I know, Neo. I know. It destroys you. I wonder how it would feel to play as an Eorzean and Elpis where everyone looks similar to you except they don't have any pointy ears and a lot more theoretically dense. I gotta imagine it's not, like, so different than the other races, right? Because, like, yeah, we're the same height, but most of them have Hurrian heads anyways. You know? Is this naos not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. If I remember right, I think it's back over here. Okay, but is Hythlodaeus not kind of a weirdo? In the best way. There, I see her. There are some people with the Echo who can understand the birds and the bees, though, too. Like that, like, it's... I think it's EE1 that states that. Here. If I'm not mistaken... For those blessed with the power to strand words, language no longer poses a barrier to intercultural communication. Voice utterances fades and are replaced by internal understanding of another's intentions. Conversely, words spoken by one with power are immediately understood by all without need of linguistic interpretations. No, it's... I can't find it. There's some reference that some with power of the Echo may have the capacity to do specifically that. Purple hair, emotional support, soft boy. Hythlodaeus is the best kind of weirdo. So I forget their name. The animals from the Stormblood trials are animals. Okay. So those are auspices are animals who have acquired not only have souls but have acquired so much like aether and memory to themselves over time that they have become more than that. They aren't just animals. Their auspices are more like living primals in some ways. They are basically we don't know exactly the fundamental metaphysics, but it's effectively an animal that has accrued memory and aether to itself over time, the same way that objects in Doma can accrue aether and faith and prayer within them. The animals themselves can accrue those over time, and it eventually live long enough, they become like fully sentient and aware. So that's why you can communicate with auspices like that. Soul, same with the Dirt Boy. So they already had a soul, but they gained their soul. Remember that like a soul can accrue memory and aether and all that other stuff. You can have a soul, but it does not necessarily mean you have like full cognizance and all that. I just noticed your character's about as tall as MSQ over there. Yeah, Terry. Yeah. Power to be the Elzins. Your book is full of information about the birds and the bees. Can you explain it to us, please? That is a different stream. You gotta be a little bit of weirdo, be our friend. You yourself can understand talking small troll and Lady Labby current quest. The troll is sentient, yes, but it can still only speak in growls. Yes, but like one of the reasons that you can understand it compared to its brethren is because it understands words and like it's trying to communicate to you, but its voice can only make growls, right? But oh my god, I love that boy. He's so cute. I don't think we've met any Echo users that can speak with animals in game, though, have we? I wonder when that'll change. I don't know. You could argue Tenzin, but that's really more the auspices itself. Does not automatically make one Disney princess. Auspices are sort of like natural primals. Yeah, that's the closest you can really get. P9 guy shows behemoths have souls. Right. Again, just because you have a soul. 14 does not exist in a world where there's a binary between a soul and not having a soul. Void Scent have souls, right? So like cognition and ability to interact and having value and worthwhile is not just a byproduct of a soul. And souls can, like, you could have had a Hurian soul and it ends up in a Sahagan in the future. So souls are not, like, restricted by race either. German Dirt Boy, something like Fluffy. I love it. He's so good. Very cute. Yeah, the tension of it, Armageddon, with the music. It's okay, baby girl. We're coming.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Nightball. We'll talk about that later, Infinite, but that's not... When a being's created, they are ensouled. They rise from the ethereal sea itself. That is not an Emet you want to see starting out. We can talk about metaphysic questions in a little bit. We got this is an important cutscene. Oof. I'm sorry, Meteon.
Please, Meteon. We must speak.
I'm sorry, baby girl.
Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarant. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon.
I'm sorry, Hermes.
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
I'm not sure I would agree with that. I think he loved Meteon with all his heart and did the absolute best he could. Flawed as he was.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Miss Silk's not wrong, but like what he's doing, he did out of love and a promise and sincere belief. It's naivete. It's going to damn a lot of people. I'm not arguing that, but I think to say that, like, I don't know. The worst answer to the Fermi paradox. Yeah. I must say the Great Filter, because of the being the cause of the final days, was not something I was expecting. Yeah, you and most others. Yeah. I loved Elpis flower scene with Hermes and your character. Thank you, Armageddon. Doesn't mean you need to hear them right now. I think the mutual adoration the two share plays a large into how this scene, the prior and the later upcoming scene, play out. 100%. I definitely saw shades of Fran, Daniel, and Hermes when he first transformed. Sure. He should have realized the promise was a bad one. Acting on a bad promise doesn't make it good. No, I don't think he should have realized that was a bad promise. To promise that, to make a promise that they would, his promise was we would hear the answer out. We would hear people out. I don't think that's a bad promise on the fundamental merit. I think to say that everyone in the world should have assumed that, yes, having a sincere question about what others' perspectives were, and that being just an inherently bad thing on the face of it, I just do not agree with. You can say it didn't play him out. You can say it was naive. I think that's all fair. But I think an earnest belief to better understand others and to find your own way by also understanding the other people's, their other perspective and the myriad of other people's existences, rather than only looking inward and continuing to follow with the path that those of this star continued on, and their unwillingness to like bear witness to his own struggle and the way in which their paradise was flawed. I don't know that I would say. I think to level such extreme, like, look, what Hermes does ultimately causes incredible amounts of suffering and pain. The ultimate outcome of it is not as bad, but it came from a very good place, and it not only, which doesn't excuse it in and of itself, but to say that like he should have known better in the world he was born into, what he experienced and what he knew. I think he was absolutely doing the very best he could with the hand he was dealt. It was a good premise, but Hermes went a good bit beyond the promise. Yeah, Hermes is overreacting in my opinion. It became a bad promise as soon as it became an obvious threat. Except for I think that's missing the point. The point of the promise is to not dismiss that the perspective of others out of hand, right? Not a, well, I'm going to ignore whatever the answer is if it does not agree with the world as we have it. And also, a promise doesn't stop being a promise made. That, yeah. Kind of interesting, the final days prey on the most vulnerable of our emotions, fear, desperation, sadness to an extent. We're talking about is Meteon an AI or not, but regardless of the outcome, the situation really teaches you how to form correct prompts. Yeah. But, like, if Hermes hadn't done what he did, the part of the point here is that the unsundered world would have done, someone like Hermes would have come about because the unsundered world, the way it is, would never take serious those struggling like he did. And therefore, inexorably, well-intentioned people were going to do things like that. On the Echo, if we don't happen to meet Echo person whose ancient incarnation had soul sight, would you think their Echo would include soul sight as well? It depends. The sun, different souls during. Oh, hey, buddy. 1, 2, 3. Oofta. I got a boy. Remember, Hermes has spent his entire life and entire occupation watching as like the people of this star carelessly just remove life on a whim, right? And do not care about. Hi, buddy. Here's a treat. Here's your treat, bud. Good job. I love you, bud. And they all love you too. From his perspective, like the amount of suffering. How do I put this? This star is set up to create an endless, ceasing well of pain. From his perspective. This star is set up to, they are omnipotent, can create life on a whim, and do not give care to the suffering caused when they return that life to the star, and there is no reason that will ever stop. He is stepping back and looking at what answer is being given as a whole, right? There's a really good parallel to the problem Ancients' future later, where they would probably go if final days never happened. Yeah, we kind of learned that they were damned if they do, damned if they didn't. Boy. Okay. I mean, look, I admit that this is contentious all hell, but I'm not. My defense is not I defend Hermes' nihilism. I defend Hermes' naivete because I think that is something that is a byproduct not only of not just of society, not just of the society he was born into, but the fact that society was not unwilling to change or to hear him. And so he conceded that society and that order may not be necessarily the best way, and so wanted to hear the answer to the question of what all the other perspectives of the other societies were and what answers they would come to. You know? I think he's wrong. I want to say, like, I think Hermes is wrong. I have incredible amounts of empathy for him. And I think to say that he should have just been like, oh, he should have just known, which I'm not saying you guys are saying that in specific, that's more dismissive than I mean, but like, I have way more patience and empathy and understanding for how he got here and why he's even acting how he is right now, fleeing with her and desperately needing to know the answer, needing to fulfill the promise. Why, Hermes, why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to Aether? Had you never cast out your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. That's presumptive. If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteon's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. I always expected this would be a contentious question. I know it's one of the bigger ones that a lot of people... Hermes is headed to Katesus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have difficulty time locating his Aether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vena, Elio. 'Tis clear we stand on the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. To Katesus Hyperborea we go. I was itching during all the Paradise talk around the Unsundered world before this story kind of just shows how the Stepford it all really is from the start. It's... The thing is, it just depends on your perspective, right? Like, if you're talking also from, like, a utilitarian perspective, the Unsundered world is actually pretty good. Like, it is about minimizing suffering on a grand scale at the willing to sacrifice the lives of... Like, it just depends on what angle you choose to, like, have values for it with, right? Oh no, I was just adding that we learned the Ancients were about to have a doomsday, whether Hermes caused it or not. What do you mean? There was a certain woman doing her own thing that would have led to a worse fate. Well, not really, because Athena was stopped. So, like, if you don't have the final days, Athena would have been stopped. Could have been stopped. But okay, but your point about Athena existing and that there being other points of contention is warranted and a fair point, Astral. It's the I know what's best for them, the greater good, which is probably a major part of what Hermes finds disagreeable. Yeah, well, and while he can bear witness to their suffering and discontent. I like Hermes and see where he's coming from, and if not for him, we'd have been screwed worse. Decoy, that's how I felt. Yeah, the calamity would have probably been worse if the only obsessive woman did something. Yeah, I have understanding for him as well, but I still think he should have worded his question better. Here's what I know we definitely can agree on. He could have worded his question better, right? We all agree on that. And maybe I even potentially agree that should. I think it's deeply understandable why he didn't in the world he existed in and from the standpoint he was coming from, if that makes sense. In my opinion, morality does not work on an opportunity cost of potential other outcomes. I would agree. I would tend to agree, Umino. Yeah. One thing for sure, Hermes is 100% not Fandaniel material. But see, this is the thing, right? They both share the same soul and starting position, and they're both two men probably full of compassion. We don't know for sure in Amon's case. Amon was born into a sadistic world, into late Alag, where people did horrific things to each other for no good reason, just for the sake of it, for fun and entertainment, and it broke him and made Amon the Amon that we know, and why he's so nihilistic, why he gave everything to Xande, why he was willing to go with him. And then Hermes is not in this. They were both in a form of utopia, not utopia really, but a paradise, right? The people of Ally could have anything they wanted. The people of the Unsundered world could have anything they wanted. It was all, but both those worlds broke them ultimately, you know? Without the final days, we wouldn't have been sent back to stop Athena's rebirth down the line. Sure. Yes, that is absolutely true. My point about that is more to say that Athena, there's no reason to think that Athena's plan would have fully worked out for sure if we hadn't been there, because of the only her part of the reason that her plan was able to go where it was due to our intercession as well, if that makes sense. Well, you think that is 100% awful, agreed. The step for comment is about the minimization of harm, but how any pain is ignored and swept under the rug because we have a paradise. Yeah, okay, totally agreed then on that. Although, in their defense, yeah. Or not even in their defense. It's like, 100% agree. But it is interesting that it's No, I mean, swept under the rug is fair. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, Fandaniel's position as the leader, Hermes can't handle his emotions, is willing to doom the world. I mean, Fandaniel's position as a leader. I'm not sure I follow. As position of leader, Hermes can't handle his emotions. Well, I mean, but as it's when he was in his position as Fandaniel, he did everything he could to try and save the world, right? And it's not just Hermes as being an emotional bitch and choosing to doom the world. It's someone standing by their ideology. I don't think it's just like, oh, he's an over-emotional wreck. I think he's someone who believes that is his answer. You don't have to like his answer, but I don't think it's, yeah. You know? Like, I think he got that answer. He saw what the world was like. He saw Meteon's answer to the question, and he said, he needed an answer, and when he got it, he said, you know what, after all I've experienced, I think that's right. And I think he's wrong, but I don't think he's just like in a moment of pure emotion. I think it's a sincere belief. Yeah, also the idea that the millennia, it's been 12,000 years from the beginning, from the Sundering to post-Sunder, or from the Sundering to the current day. See, the time eats away at them in current time of the story. That's not fully showing, knowing all the time passing, make it, yeah. I wonder if the reason the final days reacts to fear, depression, sadness is because Meteon was feeling, yes. That is, lady. That is... The final days is those things because Meteon is, as we'll see, inflicting those things. Plus, those were the emotions her sisters found. Yeah, I mean, that is 100% the case. Yeah, explicitly in text. The Ancients showed the worst side of the Ancients. Now they closed. They were being losing empathy if they kept going. Elpis semi proves that with how carelessly they treat creations. Yeah, Hermes had too much empathy in a world losing its own. Yeah. I don't know. I would push back. I think Athena, though, is not necessarily a singular outlier. I do not think it is that the unsundered world is losing its empathy. I think it just sees empathy as a different thing. I think the unsundered world always thought that way about like the necessity of equilibrium and all that. I don't think it's that the world was getting worse. I think it was that, I think very much what it was is just, that is fundamentally time immemorial how they acted. Vena stands behind it. Like, she's a paragon amongst the people. I don't think it's that Vena is like somehow diminished or lost the way. I think it's the idea that this world has always been okay with this. But I think your point stands though, right? Which is Hermes had too much empathy in a world without enough, maybe. Might be a better way to frame it. Oh my god, look at how many of you guys there are. Holy moly! I mislike the looks of this. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside katesus? Mistress Vena, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and katesus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. I wouldn't say Hermes did nothing wrong. I would actively say Hermes did bad things. I think to say Hermes is understandably wrong is what I take umbrage with. Gaius did nothing. That is incorrect. Gaius not only committed close to genocide, but also willfully took people's homes away from them and put multiple peoples into forms of slavery. So I think it's fair to say Gaius absolutely did multiple things wrong. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Katesus scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premise regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop on our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only to make the most of your strengths, and I'll fill the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emitzel can impress us with your ancient arcane mastery. Your job, you lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Yeah, well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us all on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Elio, says it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Katesus Hyperborea, now accessible. And as we all know, Ray, that is the greatest of crimes. Yeah, Meowza, yeah, you got it. Hermes was too careless and brought about apocalypse to the world. Except for, again, there's the potential that Hermes' carelessness might have initiated the cause to an extent, but as we're gonna see, him siding with it has nothing to do with carelessness. His carelessness doesn't ultimately cause the apocalypse. Like, it's ideological, and I'll prove it. Okay, I'm gonna pull up a poll real quick, because do people want me to do it with, I know you guys have been waiting here this whole time, so I'm questioning, do we want to do Vena, Hythlodaeus, and Emitzelk, or you guys? Because I know you guys probably do. For the people who are here... Oh, also, one real quick, I want to point this out, because while we wait. Start a poll. Dest or the others, can one of you guys let me know if you guys were planning on joining? We're here for the option? Okay, then we'll do the poll, and we'll go either way then. Thanks for hanging around, guys. Okay. Trust. Should we use the trust? Yes or no? So for those of you who haven't seen this before, if you pay attention, you've got Paladin, All-Arounder, well, Paladin for me, Soul Seer, and then you've got the third seat for Emitzelk. So you may be like, okay, wait, are the seats numbered for the Convocation? And the answer is yes, and I haven't seen anyone else figure this out, but I'm sure someone else has. But star signs ordered. But what it is, the seats are ordered because there's a couple other that we've seen the order of their seats. They are ordered in the order of the star signs. So if you know, Emitzelk is Gemini. So Aries is the first seat, Taurus is the second seat, Gemini is the third seat, Cancer the fourth seat, Leo, so Fan Daniel will be the fifth seat, Virgo, sixth seat, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, NPCs, and then Azems is the 14th seat, and Elpis is the 13th seat. As we know he's just the 13th seat for the Convocation. So it all tracks up. Fun little thing. Okay, everyone's feeling trust. To those of you who came here, I appreciate your NPCing this so much. It's been so lovely.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Let's get this over with. Let's get this over with.
Come, let us be off.
Indeed. Hythlo as a bard is perfect, yeah. Hythlo doesn't have a bad fashion, yeah. Ophinicus, 14th there isn't a thing. But the Azem seat is the seat of the sun, the star, the singular star. Thanks, Tracy. Alora, good to see you, glad to have you. Daki, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh, I'm sorry, Daki, I missed that. The Traveler's Son, yeah.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Have you ever wondered whether your creation is beneficial to existence of the star? Wonder no more, for at Katesus Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answer to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. Let's see how hard we can pull. Hot damn, they do very little damage. You think I'd learn? Every time we do the trust, I always forget how little damage they do. But I am curious what they do for bosses.
Out of my way.
Have a taste.
They don't AoE at all? Holy moly.
I see you opening.
He is a sorcerer of Eld. Ugh. I love Amaranthine architecture. Old people don't AoE. I'm almost tempted to just restart because we're gonna go so much faster. Oh, actually, we're gonna run out of time if we don't. I'm sorry. I'm actually gonna restart it, and I'm gonna bring you guys with me because we literally won't have enough time to complete everything.
This may sting.
I see you opening.
Okay. Laffy, you wanted to join? Okay. Laffy wanted to join. Who else was interested? I'm assuming Destin Raven. Because you guys are in the... Right. Or someone else can, Draven, if you want someone. Whoever wants to join me can come stand on me. Yeah, for the newbie tank, I don't get enough heals for big pulls. I end up using a lot of shields even so I come close to that. At least Warrior Paladin, I can heal myself, but not it's a struggle on Dark. Yeah, the Kong? Okay, let's do it. Okay. And you guys are playing Bard and Black Mage, look at that. Yep, I'm definitely a toxic tank. You're right, Rag. At least if Vena knows how to DPS as a healer.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced.
I mean, honestly, the reason that they didn't allow Trust as healers, though, makes sense because, Trust AoE makes sense because they don't want Trust to be a replacement for playing with players, right? Like, they don't want to make them too efficient because the idea is that you can do it without people, but that the best way is to do it with other players. People haven't figured out that Hythlodaeus is the lover and not a fighter. Although he's pretty good with a bow. He's been known to work the shaft quite well, if you know what I mean. Plenty of people on Twitter have that down pat. I've seen an image or two in my time. I like to level my trusts as a way to AFK, watch some videos doing a single bolts and letting them finish them. I only need to focus on... Rag, if I had more time, I'd love to do that too. My problem is anytime I'm logged into the game, I'm either streaming with you guys, doing Savage, or like getting footage for editing. But dude, if I had unlimited time. Maybe like one day when we finish, all going through the MSQ and all the quests and stuff, we can do streams. Where we just talk and do that. Actually, that sounds kind of boring, probably to watch. I never make jokes. What are you talking about? I only say incredibly serious things. I'm curious, is there a delay between me and you guys? I'm gonna clap, let me know when you hear it. Ooh, that was probably loud, I'm sorry. Only Ray makes jokes. Okay, so there's not the big delay. Sorry, Infinite. Oh, I guess none of you need... Positionals don't matter for you guys. Oh, interesting. You do have quite a delay, Sarah. Man, can I get to be 90 so I can have my full Confiteor combo already? I probably should have thrown out a veil. Nobuo Uematsu? I'm assuming you mean Uematsu retired? Although Uematsu didn't really retire. I mean, he still does stuff. He just does a lot of stuff for Fantasia. Fantasian, sorry. Or not even Fantasian specifically, Mistwalker. Welcome back, Misago. Yukio! Good to see glad to have you. Good to see glad to have you. How you doing? Looks like a proto-Hrothgar, and I even noted to have developing sentience, yet the creator says it's a wolf. Minion makes fun of it, saying it's a wolf no matter what anybody says. Yeah. Those creatures actually appear over in elsewhere in the world. I'm trying to remember in the world Sundered. Does anyone remember where they appeared in the world Sundered? I know they do. Where is it? There's a whole thing I remember looking into this because someone was like trying to convince me that they were definitely proto-Hrothgar. I mean, part of the weird thing is that Hrothgar are really more Lionel. And so before almost just switch to that area. Interesting. Thanks, Armageddon. I'm trying to remember where there is, where they are on that. I should probably be making Death's life a little easier. According to Mistress Lisa, her this is what they talk about them in this. Her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eye gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. That was one of the other things I remember, yeah. Real question I have for Hermes is why he didn't make Apakalu able to fly since he loved birds. I wonder if there's any answer for that. Like, who created the Apakalu in specific? Remember, though, just because he likes his specialty is flying things doesn't mean that he creates everything on Elpis, and doesn't mean that, like, everything will fly, right? The whole point is to have a world of balance. Ugh, Katesus Hyperborea is beautiful. Man, I'm so interested in what fucking 7.0 is going to be like. Because they're going to top themselves in terms of, like, scale and scope. But they've had so much room to, like, do such wild things in Endwalker. And I don't know. It's going to be great. It's going to be so fun to find out, though. Doing a great job, guys. Okay, it was the front that was open. For some reason, I thought it was the back that was open. It's the and around. Katesus is nice because it's at least one of the ones that I sometimes do actually get in roulette. Oh boy. Street sharks for the cartoon. Those wolf creatures are the forests of the lost shepherds in Lakeland. Ah! Interesting Armageddon. Point to have a word of balance. I think balance was disrupted 10 shark concepts ago. That was their... Well, that's also why they create things on Elpis to test them. So fair point. Fair point. Wolves people like Doma. Yeah, the Lycan are so the Lycan are different. I don't think it's supposed to. We're supposed to assume that that's like they evolved into those because we don't see any of the spoken races. Like you don't see Banga or anything like that on Elpis. Any of the people that we would have called spoken are pretty much not in Elpis. Any version of that I can't think of any at least. I mean, to be fair, that doesn't mean they weren't crafted at any point because Elpis is the testing ground. So it could have happened at an earlier point. And then they just were put out from Elpis. But the fact that any of the playable races, none of the ancients recognize you as like a creature that has come through Elpis and been put on the world means that at the point that we are at, none of the playable races would have been crafted if they were crafted and beings that would have been put on Elpis. But there's also no implication that beings that are highly spoken intellectual like we are tend to be on Elpis other than, say, familiars like Meteon. Meteon seems to be a pretty unique case there. God, we are high up. Hope you guys don't mind heights. He needs to know one way or another. Oh, right. Forgot about the others too. Yep, I was definitely right that I reset, because if I had been doing this with Trust, we probably would have been here by 8. Like, literally well into running overtime. It's not so much that the Fermi paradox doesn't exist, it just has an answer. I disagree that this is the best thing to do with duty support. The best one to do with duty support, far and away, is coming up. And that one I probably will mark out time to do it with duty support. The successful creation of migratory birds which travel between continents with the seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of a magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Daniel during his tenure as chief overseer of Elpis, a truly inspired idea that brought lasting benefits to the star. Winged Defiance, Hermes, the Angel of Doubt.
It comes to this.
I'm pretty sure that lattice thing, isn't that?
But this time,
it is, it's just this upside down.
Though the world may
If you look at his left.
mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
See, it's not overall emotional, it is sincere ideology. Right? Like, that is an important tone. But so if you look at his green lattice thing, I think it's actually just basically this, but upside down.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me. Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall as rain!
God, I miss having bosses that I can interrupt.
Streams of ether, surge as one! Dancing winds, pierce my foe!
Good limit break. I don't think I even know what the true Bravey attack does, because I've interrupted it every time.
Even when transformed,
Oh, above is damage? Interesting.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
Well done, guys.
No. My power.
Your suffering is my boon, Lara. Good job, guys. Let us leave the rest to sulk. Merry chase he led us on. I'm sorry. We'll get a photo later if that's okay with you guys. I gotta continue on the story. We can come back here in explore mode. Sorry, I have a busy night after stream. We don't have a lot of time left.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Oh, this is such a good cutscene. One of the best in the game. Drink. Last one in Elpis, you'll hear me say that for.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live.
though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Just as the creatures felt. He believes he's acting.
You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
Remember, this is what he's been trained to do. This is what his society does.
Star,
In his
we
mind.
have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is.
Perhaps
I am wrong.
But that doesn't change
Who is to say
how we got here.
that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command.
I'm pretty
Universal memory alteration. Target area. Katesus hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of MSQ. of the convocation at Perpetia. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emet-Selch and Hydaelyn. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
I think that's Fortunal's voice actor.
Bravo.
I might be wrong.
I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
No one holds Vena.
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Go Elio. Also, fuck Elio!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
Heroes forge ahead!
What? But
Gotta
how?
love this song when it comes in.
I thought the confluence was over.
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it, the legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Dude, this is a long cutscene.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail.
She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Hydaelyn, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So, what now? Where do we go next?
Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Katesus Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
Yeah, I totally agree, Neo. So Oblivion, remember that they would still forget about Meteon.
Memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case...
So, like, the thing is, even if we had remained, if our memories had been wiped, we wouldn't have the answers about Meteon, which means that we still wouldn't really change
I've
much.
asked much of you this day, but may I trouble you one last time?
So, Astrael, if you missed it last time, they talked about Kairos and how
Argos
and when
will
they use it.
investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
He is a good doggo indeed.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Oh,
forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable, and she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vena and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vena was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vena about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
As it's firmly established, the drama queen side of him itself has always been part of his personality.
As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
What theater was it? It's a good question, lady. So, guys, we're gonna have to call it there because we're already going over time. I know that whole one, that cutscene, that's where we're gonna be starting tomorrow, or sorry, Monday. So, well, actually, it might be next Monday because depends on how long Final Fantasy 16 goes. So we've got some interesting times to go. So we're gonna start doing wrap up. Ray, if you want to help me with the wrap up stuff, now would be a good time. Remembered some other quirk from German version. The Echo is called the power of transcending, which was said for the first time in either Stormblood or Shadowbringers. Do they not use that in ARR, the power to just send souls? I think, isn't that used by Hydaelyn or Nabrialis or someone? I thought that was used in ARR, but either way, interesting, good to know. Great. Can't you just protect your thoughts more like hyper-realistic animations? Yeah. Pan your camera. The boy is not here currently, so yeah, so we're gonna go out. Friendly reminder, tomorrow a video is coming out. On Thursday, it's looking like I'm gonna be playing Final Fantasy 16. Oh, is the boy back? Okay, Deadpool, come here, buddy. Come here, boy. Oh, come here. Deadpool, come. Oh, 1, 2, 3, oof-da. So yeah, friendly reminder, we're going to be playing Final Fantasy 16 on Thursday, and we're going to be playing that basically to completion. So that will be our main focus up until that's done. If you want to support us, you can support us over on Patreon, where you get money that goes to this good boy. You get rewards like your name in the banner above my head and elsewhere. On top of that, you can offer $1, get your name green on the YouTubes, and get access to all sorts of fun emotes, like the Deadpool emote that everybody's using right now, because he's a good boy. Oh wait, you can just stand on the desk now, can't you? Oh, look at that, there's enough room for you. Oh, now you're just sitting. That's very cute. Thank you, buddy. Okay, now we can get you off now. Oof, there you go. But yeah, if you haven't joined our Discord already, we've got a Discord over at discord.gg/archives, which you're more than welcome to join. We've got a FC on Crystal Curl. And yeah, if you want to do content with us, we do it regularly. So yeah. Ray's got all the good links. Deadpool is so adorable. He is a very good boy. Oh, buddy. Oh, he's got these eyes and his little waggy tail. Thanks for doing the end of Elpis dance, I suppose is what we'll call it. Thank you so much. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for joining today and for this journey thus far. I can't believe we're already through Elpis, save for one cutscene. Guys, we have one mountain map done, and we're done with 6.0. One map left. That's it. Holy moly me oh my. Then we're going to have Beyond Patch content. Then we're going to be caught up. Wild. Also, don't forget that we've got a cooking stream that's got to go up. Thanks to Ray, who helped us finish off that, and everybody else who finished that. We're going to be doing that post Final Fantasy 16. Tomorrow is going to be Wednesday. We also post the new video coming out. We're going to be doing my 20,000 sub AMA over on the... So we're going to just be streaming most of the day once I wake up and once the video's out. And then, yeah, we're just going to be doing a whole AMA. I'm going to be playing on Sanctuary. It'll be a good time. And this is the YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Yes. Yes. All that. Almost level 92, that should happen next time. Yeah, good point. Man, I only have half a level to get there, yeah. There's 3 good boys we'll get to see this week. Deadpool, Argos, and Torgal. You're right. Oh. Are you gonna hang out with me while I play 16, buddy? High five. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You wanna do a trick for people? Come here. Come here. Deadpool, come here. You come here. Come here. What's up? job, buddy. You're very good. You're very good. Okay, are there any final questions? If not... Thank you for giving me purified Coke, Raven. We'll definitely have a fun party. If there are no final questions, I'm going to give it 60 seconds, and then we're going to be out for today. Actually, man, I'm going to miss wearing this, too. I'm going to say. It's been quite lovely. It's been nice. It's quite warm and very flowy. This I do need to upgrade, on the other hand. Certified Good Boy Week. Okay. Well, with that all said, guys, thank you again so much for coming out here. To all of you guys who have been populating the maps, I quite appreciate you a lot, too. And I will see you guys next. I've been Elio Forstron, and I will see you guys next.